What's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing? How's it going, user Wayne? Figured out they were too windy down there. I figured you guys might like to watch some fire burn. I'm gonna be moving around. I don't be chatting a whole lot at this moment. I got some other big logs. When I get what I need burned off and burned up, I'll put the logs I need to get rid of. How's it going, Shannon? How's it going, Grandma 3? Appreciate it. Just 1 second. Not trying to ignore nobody. I just getting some more to put on there. That's good. I gotta move some brush off the stuff and burn some stuff, so figure why not. How's it going, Raph? Sorry for pronouncing your name wrong. I'm not good with names. Not that I ain't heard before, but I heard it before. A lot of this has got briars and stuff in it. Oh, I love making fires too. Not in arson, just burning of limbs and stuff. Appreciate you for coming in. Like another nice channel that burns a lot or makes a fire. I don't know if you know him, Roll Call Cabins Live. He comes in every now and then. Yeah. Just a lot of stuff I just got to get off of there and burn down. I'm going to slow it down. I got some other logs I'm going to just in a pile on when I get it small enough. So yeah, I do cooking, fishing. Some stuff seems random, but how-to videos and I like doing it. Keeps me doing different things instead of just trying to do one thing at a time. Just a second, folks. I'm about down to the big thing now, so It wasn't much I had to burn with the stuff that was on the trailer that I cut. Make cool content and keep it from going to the save the trip to the dump and stuff, and just make a cool content with the fire, you know. Yeah. Yeah, it's hot, but I'm used to it. I don't burn all the time. Appreciate that. There used to be a big burn pile behind the thing that people's built up, and I built up over time. It's about as tall as some of my peach trees. Oh, that's the top of it right there. That's all dirt now. I got it down to where it just mulched to dirt, but it was big. I took and moved it from there to the spot right here where the fire is now. Big, massive pile. Took me 4 hours to burn it all. Fire no bigger than this, gone. One time I built the fire, I kept it small, kept it no bigger than 1.5 feet. I cut everything foot and a half, just let it eat. I cleared out a whole half acre of it like that. I could only keep it so big because the guy's like, I want a huge fire. I want a too small a fire. Just keep about 1 foot by foot, or no higher than so much. I'm like, okay. So now some logs were too big to cut, and I could have cut them up, but I just let them burn in half. Oh yeah, a whole lot of relaxing. I'm fixing to have to drag that big boy on there now. I had to move that as a wad yesterday. Don't worry, I got a hose right next to me. Too big for the fireplace. Won't fly. How's it going, Steel City? Welcome in. Appreciate it. Southwest Austin Fan Fishing. Welcome to the memberships. A lot of it strode mushrooms and stuff before I got that. Yeah. The trailer I had to clean off, that was the last of it. When I hung up with you, that was it. Although it didn't look like a lot, but boy, it would eat it up. Keep it high and tight. Let me get rid of all that little brush bitlets that are left. What are you doing? Looks better like that. Hoping everybody's having that fantastic day. I can take these hot gloves off now. Got a few things I still got to toss on there, but it's nothing major. Yeah, good enough. Mushroom covered logs. Too rotten to burn too fast. Just one second. Almost forgot about those. Anybody else get hyped up about burning? I get hyper when I do it. Peach wind. That should burn for a while pretty nicely. It's rained on it a little bit, but a lot of it's pretty dead. The green stuff I was putting on there earlier was just cut the day before yesterday. Sorry, I'm breathing like a fat kid, but not supposed to lean over, but I can't help it. I got to. That fire's burning hot. Got you guys about 7 foot away from it. I can still feel the heat behind the camera. Some, not too bad. Sorry there wasn't much fishing, but the wind and stuff was out there was rough. Oh yeah, no, it's good now. I don't feel it now. They are. I think what, 30 minutes I've been watching a fire. Been walking and doing that. I figured it'd take me a little longer than that. I started it when I was on the phone talking to Karen for a minute. I think I started about 5 minutes into talking to her. And I switched over to going live. Little handsaw I used. Not sponsored by it, but my brother-in-law. I have a foldable one, but my brother-in-law was out there using it. He's like, I got 2 or 3 extras. And he gave me one. That'll work. Appreciate that. Oh, I love making them and watching them. I don't say much, but you still watching? Come out there and get them. Picking on the little one. For the little one flogs them. I was going to, but I would have brought them out and the kids would have ate them all. I get like 5 marshmallow out of a bag, maybe 10. The rest of them are gone. I'm gonna scoop y'all up a little bit now. Ooh. I gotta fix that. I'll fix it. I'm gonna just put some on. How's it going, Steel City? I hear you. Hey, there ain't nothing wrong with being in a food coma. You ate good, you eat good. How's it going, Scott B? As some people ask, yeet good? Hey, there's some more stuff to burn. I wonder if he'll get mad if I went up there and started hacking up and burning more stuff. I don't think he would. Hey, Boomer. Watch out, Boomer. Watch out. Go. Watch out, Boomer. Move. It's hot. It's not winter time. They love sitting beside fires during winter. Surprised the little one ain't down here and laying beside it yet. What are you doing, Boomer? It's hot. Just a second. I was gonna go grab some more logs for the limbs and stuff. I was like, nah, you can burn that. That went way easier than I thought it was going to. I threw a old wooden chair I had that the leg fell off of. I put it on there. I threw it on there right before I started the live. By the time I got the live started, it was already gone. I'm like, dang, that's a hot fire. I know it's hot enough now, as long as I keep logs on it, I'll be good. Down around the edge of the fire is a good spot to lay you some meat in tin foil or something. Leave that in there. Leave it down in there. What y'all's go-to camping tradition? Oh, dang it. I stepped on a cord. The dog unplugged it. Sorry about that, everybody. Sorry about that. apologies. I'm probably hanging out with friends and family about around the fire. Yeah, no, it was backwards. It's got a swivel thing on there. There's another frog. You don't put the frogs in the coat. They break through their skin. Fire. It's okay. No, he went that way. Good afternoon, Terry. I went back live. I had to burn some stuff. Figured you guys might want to watch some fire. And plus, I like burning stuff. It's fun. You been having much luck fishing? We got one today. Got too windy and people started crowding, so I left. I got two of them separated. Catching frogs. Mm, 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 mm. Dang, I wish I had another chicken. I'd have stuck it on a, cut me a thing to make a spit out of and heck yeah. Keep a few of them for bait. Bass love them. They will munch those jokers as fast as anything. I had to fling that one up there. I don't know, be a few more extra delicious things to eat though. Bass are worth it. I'd eat them. I'd fish with them too. Karen, you let Alan know that I'm back live. I don't know if he's watching or not, or if he went somewhere else or something. No, you don't have to put him in water. Sheesh. Poor frog, think it's got to swim all the time. That's not a bullfrog, it's a rain frog. He likes just enough to stay wet. Well, I appreciate it. I don't know if he was watching or what. It's always the best time to build a fire when you're camping. Sit around it and yap a bunch of people, eat marshmallows, hot dogs, hamburgers. If you're hunting, you usually keep a piece of meat or two from what you killed. Deer, squirrel, raccoon, something. How's it going, Barricade? I used to. Ground's too soft to ride on the skateboard here. Road over there is finally fixed enough to ride on a skateboard on. But people fly up and down the road too fast anymore to ride on a skateboard. Shit, it's barely bad enough around here where to drive into riding for in a car. No. No, it ain't no wind even here. Down there where I was fishing at was. No, I got a pretty good wind break. Everybody complain. Well, don't complain. It's just everybody keeps their brush down and their trees They don't understand what anything stronger than a category 2 to 3 hurricane, it's going to do damage. Having a windbreak around the yard helps minimize the damage of everything. Don't mean it won't damage everything, but it'll sure soften the blow of it. Yeah, it mowed down a few trees, or it'll save on the important stuff. How's it going, John Plays? Oh yeah. No, that's why I waited till it rained and low wind and all of that. Yeah, pretty much. I got the water hose real close too. Just like right there. The spigot's right there with it. Yeah, I got it. Where it's burning just the logs now. Got a few more here and there. Nah, if I was watching my neighbor burn, that dude don't care about nothing. It was friggin' dry and wind blowing and everything. And it wound up having a big fire over there, leaves and all kinds of stuff. Yeah. It'll cook a mean potato on there too. I'll tell you a good breakfast meal. I'll store you some eggs if you know how to store them. Freeze them, and when you thaw them, cook them over your fire with some butter and stuff. Over a good hot fire like that, they're good. They don't take long either. So you don't completely thaw them when they, as they cook, they don't let it stick and burn as quick and stuff. Boy, those things are good. I think the top three will be hot dogs on there, eggs, and baked potatoes. I've had all different types of meat. I've had pork chops, green beans. I've had it all on there. Well, that would be my top three go-to. When you break them up and scramble them and put them in your storage container to put them up, add your little salt, pepper, and what you want with them. Put in, freeze it when you get out there. It saves on A, on ice, and B, it keeps them where they won't there instead of being all broken up and all of that. Don't have to worry about breaking them, they're already stored. So. Wish you had me a nice chicken. Find me a good stick, 45 it over the fire. and have the chicken on it. Ooh, my Dutch oven wants some beans over a good fire. That'd be pretty good. Some bacon and salt pork or fat fat. Some good beans, slow cooking. Salt, pepper, garlic. Stuff like that. Slow cooking, stirred over the fire. Mm. Shoot, just a second. How's it going, Thomas? Yeah, we're having fun. I'm gonna try some peeps. Trying a strawberry peeps. Strawberry Pop-Tart peeps. They're good. How's it going, Riverfront? Hmm? You got that fire grabber, log grabber?
Daddy, I like to fly in the fire. I like to hide in the water, see? I like to jump in the jump in fire. It will burn on fire all the time. But it's safe. Want me by the fire? No, I can't. My foot likes to hide in water. Mommy made coffee.
Oh yeah. It's just oak. I burned all the other stuff. It's just oak now. Yeah, I just had to get rid of some stuff, and I figured I'd do another live. I didn't get to do much of one fishing. Wind got too bad down there and stuff, so figured why not have fun with it here. Oh, Karen, I'm fixing to cut me some chicken. Karen's a tricky. Yeah. I'm gonna grill me some up. I'm not gonna add too much to the fire in case it starts raining. So Pop-Tart Peeps that taste like strawberry Pop-Tarts. They don't have that weird wonky flavor. The little hint of strawberry that it took that weird flavor.
Daddy, in the coffee shop. You like some coffee? You want some coffee, Daddy?
Oh, I got some chicken legs.
Daddy, do you want some coffee? Daddy, do you want some coffee?
No, not right now. Would you go up there and ask? Would you go up there and ask Uncle Eric for the red rake? Would you go ask him for the red rake so I can pull the fire in tight? I just want to keep it in tight. Have to spread a little bit, but I want to tighten it up because I'm going to set some chicken legs over that spot over there. She's going to bring me some. Yeah. Chicken's so versatile. It's nice. Chicken. Oh, smoke to the eyeballs with sweat don't mix. Oh yeah, I got the chicken on it. Hopefully the dog don't come over and steal my chicken now. Yeah, I figured why not. Okay, thank you.
There's a fire. That was a fire. Okay. He's playing fire. They put the weight in the fire.
Oh, I know. That's what I'm worried about. Bummer. No, make me go get the clicky. Oh, clicky. Yeah, I got some barbecue sauce. I'll probably just grill it and put some on. I like it on there sometimes. I don't know. I just have to be in the mood for this. Not to over sauce it. Yum. Oh man. Dang it. Raining. Hopefully it don't last long, y'all. Hopefully it don't last long. Huh? No. Huh? I used to have a round one, but I don't know what happened to it. Hopefully it won't last long. Let me go up there, it's raining. So I wanted to tuck the fire up. Can you bring me the tongs? Really? Dang it. You, think you can get that on my stuff? My phone is waterproof, but come on. I put some stuffed logs over there where the I know, that's what I said, huh? May look redneck, but improvise and adapt. Put chicken, add other chicken. I got it covered. They what happened to the door to that? It's one of the other freezing inside. Okay. Oh yeah, I got it protected now. I'll protect the plain chicken's okay. A little rainwater never hurt nobody. That's why I wanted to tighten it up, get it up against it where we can put it out up fast. Maybe to push the heat where the chicken is. Not trying to burn it, but a lot of smoke. A lot of smoke. Yeah, I could have stopped and said, yeah, go inside, but civilization stops. And I have to figure out something to keep everything going. Keeping it rotated as best as I can. Keep it from burning, but still cook. How's it going, Chief? See, we went from fishing to BonFire, cozy fire, to cooking fire, now survival fire. Dang it, Boomer. Huh? No, sir. Oh, you stand up with my lean-to? I took the tops off of my kid's toy house, and I'm using a roof as a cover. Works better than an umbrella. I'm gonna go rotate that chicken. Hold that Boomer. Hey, hey. How's it going, Benjamin? Grilling chicken in the rain. Propped up into a makeshift lean-to. Camping survival style. They're still going. The logs I laid there earlier that wasn't lit. It was on coal. It was slow going. The other ones I grabbed were about burned out. They're just hot. The fires just catching some of them that wasn't all the way done. It's a flame tip. No, you back away from my chicken. I think that's 14 chicken legs. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Subscribers are always a plus. Back away from my chicken. Boomer. Eats my chicken. I'm going to be feeling grilled dog, and I'm just kidding. I won't do that. Probably tastes pretty good, but I don't know. Y'all guys want to see some content, just let me know in some shorts or something that I have made and what you guys want to see. I'm going to go rotate this chicken. Some of that's getting pretty hot. It fell, but I had to bail. I gotta let it cool off before I can put it back on. That's copper, it'll hold some heat. It was more blinding me than keeping it, well, it's keeping it dry, but I was getting blind at the same time. Yeah. I'll rotate that in a few minutes. So if everybody's had a wonderful Easter today. I enjoyed it. Kids had a whole lot of fun. They got to do it yesterday too. Oh, good tip for y'all. You guys are out working and it starts raining, you know you got plenty more work to do. Try to keep as dry as possible. Keep the core temp warm so you still can get hypothermia. Getting a piece of that chicken. It looks good. Still got a bit to cook, but a lot of it's about done. I like grilling and smoking stuff is a whole lot better for you. All that piled up grease and all the fat can drip away. And Aaron's like, you could have chicken phones. I can grab chicken soup phones. the ones that I put on there after the rain started, I'll put some barbecue sauce on and re-season them in there. I know. I would too. I'm glad to see the rain though. A lot of the yards have been mowing, needs it real bad. Help it set in and grow good and get warm and I'm gonna go flip it again. I don't need it burning. Yeah. Looks nice. Woo! I just leaned down and water just went right down my back. Woo. Y'all telling me that don't look delicious? Yeah, it does. I know what you're thinking, you're teasing me, I know. Some of it. Murphy. Yeah, cooking up some grub. I was burning earlier. Was nice, and rain moved in. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go make some chicken. I'm like, yum. You guys can see what I'm standing under right now. You guys like, yeah, that's redneck. Yep, that's country. Yeah, that's why I got them turned like that, because it's a little harder like that. It's not so way I got them facing inward. A couple of them slipped and touched it, that's why some of them are a little browner. See, I had a nice fire going earlier. Time I really got talking to Karen, turned on the live, and I think I steadily just put stuff on there, it just ate it up. And I threw some oak logs that I can't burn in the fireplace. That won't do no good. I just used them on the fire. Yeah, some did. it's okay. I'll just give her that one. No, I've been having a now that they're protected by the fire, I'm gonna walk in there and get something to get her to rinse that off so I can take the ones off that are done. Mm-hmm. This is where I'm thinking about making that cooking area. The grill. I think I might make the barbecue or holder thing there. Put my table and chairs and all of that right there. Put a lean-to over part of it where I'm grilling, and when I'm grilling or something, and if it rains, I can stand up and eat it. I think I might go one half of it. I might make a small garden, tomatoes, stuff like that, something small. Have some fresh veggies when I'm cooking or something. Slacking off. Yeah. It gets a little spicy. Huh? The back ones are. Hey, at least the fire's still burning pretty good. Washing my hat at the same time. This is why I like cooking over indirect or a super controlled fire. See, I'm just standing here just letting it cook. The charred spot. It ain't bad. I just put the barbecue sauce on. But well, it makes it look like you can't cook, but you are. But yeah. Flamed kissed chicken. Ain't nothing wrong with flamed chicken. Might be a little hot, a little spicy. No, I had a little bit of cardboard that I started up. And I had some limbs on the trailer I had to get rid of, and some in front of the boat. Some off over there, some off over that away. Fast as I can load it, as fast as it was burning. I went, hey, fire! Yep, going. I'm like, yeah. I got my charger covered up with a no, them old doll kids playhouses from play school. Yeah, I think play school. Some old ones with the green roof. I got one of those. But hurricane wound up popping some of the screws out, and some of them rusted over the years. But it still pops together. I just pop it. I'm just standing up underneath it. I'm just using the roof from it. Got the mailbox in my hand. Ooh, some grilled chicken like this with some good coleslaw and potato salad and some beans. Yum. Yeah, I'll level back out part of this ground back and start doing what I need to with that cooking area. I'm gonna add a sink in over there with a little table in it. Well, if I catch any fish, I can clean them outside, spray it out, and make it good. Make an outside sink and stuff. Make a rotate. What I'm using. You guys should know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yes, Murphy Cook. Anybody else buy food and count it as cooking too? I do that. Yeah. Well, I tried to bury it in the fish heads and the guts and stuff in the garden area to give it nutrients and stuff. And so they're going to be right there. So yep, true. Well, I don't know how, or you know how, but, you know. Yeah, I get what you mean. Sure. How you been feeling? You feeling any better? Yeah. Yeah. That $4 or $5 rate seems to a lot. I had it and never broke it. I let her aunt borrow it, broke it. Second day she was using it. Fixed it, raking with it, nothing. Somebody else borrows it, about breaks it again. Might have to buy a new one. I'm just trying to get them logs to burn up now. Chicken's still going a little bit, but wow. Yeah. That's not good. At least you were able to figure it out in time. Where if something happened like that again, it wouldn't, you'd know or something. I was hoping that big log would be about gone by now, but start getting chicken off. I'll remove the grate and try to flip it over that stuff. See if that'll help. Mm-hmm. I'd burn more fires, but shoot, I know I'm about burn everything I need to burn up. So I'd have to cut some stuff up and let it dry again. Just to be able to. I'll go rotate it there. That should be about done. Yeah. I thought a chair didn't have a bottom on it, broke the leg on. I threw a chair on there. Shoot, that joker was gone before I got the live started. Just gone. I've done that. I had an old solid wooden couch with, not solid wooden, but I took the fabric off and all that off of it. Took all the metal off. Throwed everything away. Left the frame of it up. Shoot, that frame went up nice and good. A lot of it he just broke down. It was 1x1s and stuff. I broke it down and used it for firewood. It's just normal, like oak. I'm gonna go grab something to put that chicken on. Go get the other one out of the tin in there. Hey, Chad. What is it? You can. Do not touch these bricks. They're hot, hot. No. Somebody found the bramble that fell off the bramble patch I burned earlier. I feel bad. Not really, but yeah, I do. Not really. Yep, that's yellow cooking. That lava start heating back up now. Had a few sticks and brambles in it. Appreciate everybody for coming in. See if I can get a little fire going back. What? How's it going, Josie? Appreciate it. Hope you're having a happy Easter too. All that stuff's drying out. It'll burn now. Just trying to get it hot. It's hot, but I want to get it hot enough to get rid of that big log. Dog, you need to quit leaving landmines around the yard. Chicken's gone. Those things are still hot. Wash it. Anybody ever heard of the Scratch Ankle Festival? About the old settlers from around here that settle around here. They call it the Scratch Ankle Festival. Because when they got off the boat that led into up to the spot they called it that portion is that's why they had the Scratch Ankle Festival out there in Milton. That's a place near me. Settlers started settling and they got off the ships, and we had a lot of blackberry and dewberry vines they would wear, and when they got off they scratched up their ankles, and every so many years they celebrate it, have a big shindig and stuff. We used to have, I don't know if it's still there or not, I think there's wanted to keep it, but it's one of the original first post offices around here. It's a little bitty square brick building with a fire thing on it. They were running the mail from north around here all over. Thought it was pretty cool. Good way to get rid of a few weeds. Not a bad idea. Yeah, I eat cranberries. They're good for you. How's it going out, fish? Been enjoying your lives on them. Just grilled some chicken and burning some stuff. Figured why not? I didn't get to fish much and hang out with everybody, so figured why not? Trying to speak. Trying to. Mm-hmm. She's gonna put some barbecue sauce on the chicken. She likes the chicken legs like that too. So. Smoked out my neighbor. Smoking me out all the time. No, I don't try to do that on purpose. Yeah, I do. Sorry. Oh man, it's the wrong time. What are you doing, Boomer? No, I can't hold you. I'm sorry. You sit there like you're 5 tons on you. Oh yeah, fire. Now I just need to set up a tent, get the fire going. I got some fire going, I got that going. No, too wet. I got to lay me a tarp and put another tarp over the top, tie it all down and everything. I ever tell you guys about the time I went hunting? We had a lot of rain and the river was up. We need to still get down there before it flooded real bad. The water was flowing about 30, 32, 33 degrees. It rained and rained. We got down there, walking through the woods. Most of it was dry, but some spots you had to walk around, and we was going out through there, and we got about knee deep to some of us off waist deep. Water, boots and pants are waterproof, but we were layered up pretty good where it got wet. We stayed pretty dry, but got a little wet. Nothing bad. We went hunting. We got several squirrel, about 7 or 8 raccoons. Almost got a hog, and wound up seeing 2 deer. We didn't shoot the deer though. We was walking through the water and it was kind of flowing and stuff, and every now and then a log will float by. Seen a couple gators when we were walking through, but they never bothered us. We got out and set up on a dry spot and stuff. Any squirrel was shot over the water, we walked out and got and brought back. We come out and with everything we got, we was leaving and somebody's going in. It's like, man, it's flooded in there. I ain't gonna hunt. I'm like, shoot, some of the best something we've had. We used to hunt going down in there, quail and stuff, little bobwhite quail and stuff. That was pretty neat. They're still around here. That scared the crap out of y'all. You guys ever had a quail flush out on you? You walking by and not know he's in there and flutter out or something? That'll get you. That will scare the tarnish out of you. You're walking by and a big flock fly up. We had turkey around here. Real good amount of turkey. And we had a thing where they hunted them over so many years. People didn't pay attention to the quota and they shot and hunted and killed what they wanted. So they shut down turkey season and they shut down the hog hunting around here because they was literally like 1 to 2 left, and they sent the thing out to anybody that could raise turkeys, raise them and release them, and they'd pay you so much. You met up with them and released them, they paid you some money. So a few of us we know wound up raising, I think, around 50 at one time. One raised about 50 in one spot. Another one raised about 100. We were at least like 400 turkeys altogether. And at the program, it was shut down. And we was going somewhere. We was going camping down there at Sandy. There's that spot I told you that's down the river from that one spot where all the boaters are. We sitting down in there. We released some, it was Webb's, Geysers, Quintet, and all of that. That big area right there where I fished. We released them in there, and they was supposed to be no hunting for 3 years of the turkey. And he wasn't family, but everybody called him family. Come to find out he was partial family. He just married into it. Yeah, we was sitting down there, we was camping. We got it about 2 days in. Then we heard boom, 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 for like almost an hour. Now, game warden was coming down. He was coming down in. We run into him up there. Somebody called ahead and said, "Hey, the game warden's coming. Just have your license, you know." There's nothing illegal going on. It's just they always just called ahead. He boom, boom, boom for an hour and a half, you know. Got down there. The guy sent the game warden. He stopped shooting. He hid his truck and hid and stuff. He come down there to the camp. Got over there, and we had 1 deer, a couple squirrels, and a couple raccoons and stuff we were cleaning. He come up. He had 2 turkeys on the back of his truck. He said, "Man, this is the weirdest thing. I had about 400 turkeys come up to me." He goes, "You know, I shot and got all these beards." How's it going, Scott? He said, man, I got all these beards now. He killed all the turkeys that were there. We just had released them like a few days before that, but it wasn't used to not to being relied on from humans. When they seen him, he thought, hey, food, you know. He killed all of them. Comes to find out, the game warden left. He was driving across the field, and he just left. He was hitting. He wanted to see entire tracks. He seen him going in, but when he was coming out, he seen him. The tire tracks were heading back down in. So he sat at the end almost down there. Cause he had her number. He's like, well, he goes, I got somebody illegally poaching of turkey. And he goes, you know who it is? And we're like, the person on the phone's like, yeah. We're sitting him out. He goes, you sitting down? He goes, yeah, I'm sitting at the new road. So I was like, they're like, man, you just go. But he was just gonna, I'm not gonna say, but a few of us just wanted to fill him full of holes, you know, and but he wound up, we wound up running him off before somebody really did do it. They was 62. He wound up driving off and went down there. The two he had on the back of the truck was out of season, and the rest of the ones he had almost 400 beards on the back. He wound up getting a major fine. Shoot, 125, 160,000. So many years in jail for poaching and stuff. Took his license, all kinds of stuff. Fortunately, he knows somebody that had money, so he spent the time in jail, but they paid it off like it was nothing. He didn't do it. He was a good boy. No, he wasn't. He wound up getting out, starting some trouble, getting back into trouble, getting back out. He got out running his mouth real bad, and needless to say, he spoke to a couple wrong people the wrong way, and he's eating through a straw now. Let's put it that way. He ain't got no teeth. He got kind of curb stomping stuff. But they wound up, lucked up, somebody was still growing the turkey, and they wound up releasing them. Anybody caught even remotely around the area of turkeys were released, automatically got a ticket. And it sent out a thing for it. And the turkey population kicked in. They just got it where it was like smaller than what it is until it got built up. Because the coyotes were getting, people were killing them, people running over, driving down the road. They were catching the pullets and stuff and raising them. On top of that, a lot of people raised the hogs to build them back up. Yeah. It wasn't a lot of money that they paid out to get help putting out the turkeys. Wasn't much. Hog population's boosted. Turkeys are doing okay.
Hello, Daddy.
Hey.
What is it, Daddy?
No, you go enjoy your candy. But those strawberry peeps, I'll give them an 8 out of 10. No, I'll give them a 9 out of 10. They're pretty good for peeps. They had more flavor than just sugar. A nice crunch from the sprinkles that were on them and stuff. Which I've seen some driving down the road and stuff. A lot of people still white line hunt around here. Y'all drive down the road or off the edge of the woods and shoot and stuff. Instead of leaving it where everybody else got a chance. Now, as long as you're in the middle, they're in the middle of the road, and there's no cars in front of you or behind you, and you got more than a 400-foot stretch in front of you, no bends or curves like that, and you can get a clear shot, as long as they're in the middle of the road, and you know they won't run, you stop the truck, you can legally take it, but you're not allowed to get them in a ditch line or anything. But people just shooting them on hunting club and everything around here. Run them over, driving off, swerving off the road and stuff. Like what? Well, that log's burning up nicely. I don't want to add no more wood to it. Because I don't want it to have burnt and I don't want to have burnt and half having a half burnt log sitting there for the next time. We'll go see who it is. Go let him in. Go let him in. Well, I got one more thing I can put on there. It's okay. I forgot about a peach plant. I forgot about him. No, it's not cold. I'm doing alright. No, I just burned and getting rid of some stuff. No, it's sitting about 75 outside. I just got it where to get a little airflow and up underneath the log. I have a whole bunch more I could burn, but he likes to burn up there too. I usually save some of the peach limbs and let them dry real good and put them in with the grilling or barbecuing and stuff. Boomer! I got some flowering pear tree and a partial cherry tree. I'll every now and then take a small cutting off of and cook with. Use it with it to cook. That's a good handle to little hickory handle for my pickaxe. Doing good and solid. I'm taking Thought I needed a good old burning fire. Ooh. Lean back in the chair. Back's wet, chair's wet. Equals breeze outside equals cold back. Trying to think of anything else I got to throw on there. Make a good burn. That's close and quick. Used to go to a place around here, it's called Vortex Springs, over in Ponce de Leon, and it's a couple counties over. That was pretty fun. You used to go spend the night in a couple cabins and get to fish and swim in creeks and stuff. Saw slides, water slides. There. They had to close it down one time. About a year and a half ago. They were out there. They were swimming. Park ranger ain't usually come around often while he was there. It just happened to show up and people swimming and splashing and having a high all the time. People taking pictures with everybody. They posted on Facebook. They're like, anything wrong with this picture? Everybody around here is like, nope, not a thing. Out of towners that moved here. Oh my God, there's a gator in the water. It's gonna eat those kids. Oh my God. Screaming, run around after they. Oh my God, it's so dangerous there. Shut it down. And they had to shut it down because people complained. Mind you not, it was only like a 3-foot alligator. He was sitting down the thing for the Clear Creek in a kind of a shallowish spot that wasn't too deep. The water's like freaking ice cold. I'm talking about it'd be like 30 degrees, 26 degrees in the middle of 120 degrees summer. He's just sitting in the water chilling with his mouth open, not even facing nobody. He's gonna eat them all. I asked a couple of them, I said, let me guess, you guys are from another state? Yeah, we're from up north. I said, kind of leave our pets alone. Your pets? Yeah. Yeah, they're puppies and stuff like that, you know. You must be from around here. What, Red? You feeling better? Yeah, you know, he just laying in there. He was just cooling off. It was hot. No, he wasn't bothering nobody. They had to get him professionally removed. Yeah. Bummer. It's not your house, boy. But yeah, I was swimming near a spot I want to take y'all and fish at. I want to get up early one day and get out there and fish it. It's a big spot. I'll swim in. It connects to the swimming hole called Munson. It connects to Bear Lake. It connects to Hurricane and Coral Lake. Another part over there. We were sitting there swimming and dillying around, and with my niece and my son, and her, and we were all cannonballing and stuff. We're like, cannonball. I'm like, no, I really don't want a cannonball. I was like, the water's not deep enough for me. I don't want a cannonball. Oh, you can cannonball. We ain't even at the bottom. We're same size you are, the tallness, but they were like way lighter than I was. I mean, like, by way lighter, I mean like 90 pounds to 175, 180. So I said, why not? So I cannonballed. Boom, sunk right to the bottom. Frogged my ass on that sandy bottom. Bam! So I was like, oh my God, when I opened up my eyes, I looked over, I was like, what is, and I looked over, there's a 4-foot alligator up in the water just looking at me like, you almost cannonballed on me. So I come up the top and swam out. I'm like, we need to move this spot a little bit. No, I said, yeah. And I walked over and looked up top and tried to look for it. I cannonballed off again and wanted to see him move. I was like, yeah, there's a gator over here. There ain't no gators in here. There's gators in here. It connects to it. Oh, they'll drain it if they see it. So we wound up moving after several more cannonballs. I quit cannonballing because my butt was hurt. I mean, y'all, I was sunk like a freaking rock to the, like a big rock to the bottom, just straight down. I don't even think I heard a sploop boop or nothing. It was that boom right straight to the bottom. I don't even think I even knew I hit water. I thought I just hit ground. I know I did because I could see the water, but I got out in there. They wanted to swim across. I'm like, I'm not swimming across. I was like, my legs gonna hurt, my cheeks hurt, you know. They're like, all right. I said, you know what? I said, you guys just hold on to this big float. I'll just dangle inside of it, you know. So I'm dangling inside and getting pulled across. They're holding on in case they got tired, they got something, you know. I felt something brush across my feet. Now, y'all, I'm in 25-foot deep water. I brought something brushed across my feet. So I freaked out a little bit and didn't think nothing about it. So they swam. They want to swim back across and swim back. So they still holding on. It brushed at somebody else, and the other one didn't get brushed. It brushed me again on the way back. Now, we wound up leaving the swimming hole and wound up walking 5 miles to the fishing spot to look around. By the time we got back in there, it was almost time to go. We swam a little bit more. We wound up leaving. Got home and on the news, Coral Lake, Munson Lake is closed, having to drain it. 4-foot alligator spotted, 5-foot alligator spotted, and a 6-footer spotted. Got to drain it and refill it. Sorry about the inconvenience to anybody that was coming back. No refunds for how many days you bought. Sorry for the inconvenience. You can use one of the other park sites, Bear Lake, Hurricane, and the other spot. How's it going, Kamala? Welcome in from Portland, Oregon. So, yeah, they wound up draining it. They found the 4, 5, the 6, and another one. They didn't even say what the other one was. It connects over there. The trail leads to a shallow creek, and it deepens off after it wraps around so much you can fish certain portions of it. But they didn't want nobody fishing within so far, so they just moved to fishing where you just couldn't fish where the things case you lost the lure and it just floated into there in case the water, when you refilled it, it wanted to flush in and somebody step on it and get injured. but they wound up pumping it, and when they were using the water out of Bear Lake, pumping it back down. When it did, they wound up spotting that thing's full of shoot anywhere from 4 foot to 14-foot alligators. Bear Lake's uh, just shy of 300 acres, and Hurricane I think is just shy of 5. Yeah, it's like just shy of that, and you can spot them all the way out in the middle, almost to the other side, swimming across. That's a big alligator to spot over half of it. I'm in Florida. I'm in Northwest Florida. We was fishing there several times. I caught some nice brim, bluegill and stuff. I wound up hooking into one big one. I know I told y'all about it, but I wound up catching almost a pound and a half to almost 2 pound shell cracker and bluegill and stuff. We was fishing off the dock. We was catching some about hand size, nothing no weight to it or nothing. Real skinny. We was sitting there looking. My mother-in-law's terrified of snakes. We're trying to quietly yell to her, "Hey, there's a snake over here, don't come over here." What, she didn't listen. Boy, she wanted to see it. If you check out my dang, one of my live highlights, and one it's like, I don't know, about 4 or 5 in. If you check out one of the highlights like that, I got one of them on camera. I got one in my shorts, and I got one on another channel that I got. I'd have to draw down to the water. Yeah, I got several of them. Got one on camera. He's about 8 foot. I've been wanting to try to get the big 15 on camera. Go put that up. Here, go in the house.
Let's make a fire.
Yeah, I got a fire going. I'll walk up there. Yeah, we got them in town too. I've had a couple come through the yard. I've had them right up the road. The neighbors had them in there. Every now and then, I haven't seen her, I haven't heard her. Don't mean she ain't here. But I've got 2 nice sized panthers here. Go. I mean, it's crazy. I'm like, they don't care. Closest I've been to the panther's about 6 foot, if that. We was moving the trash cans up, and we was going to the store. I backed up the car up, grabbed onto the trash cans, and I lifted the trunk, and I sat on the edge of the trunk holding on. Well, when I was she started driving up the driveway, I was holding on to them, and the big panther, come out right behind the trash cans, looked at me, and went off into the bushes. I've been pretty close. They say, hey, there ain't no black panthers here in Florida. That's a lie.
What's that noise?
Them are birds. Huh? Yeah, them are birds.
Oh.
Don't walk in that fire.
No! I'm over here.
I've had one bear in the yard.
I'm sorry.
Pretty nice sized one too. He had to been anywhere from 8 to 10 foot. I had to pull. The pull went from here to the fire on down. That had a pretty decent sized one. I think it was 24 by 7 foot wide, almost 4.5 foot deep. Me and my son was walking out, picking up, looking. We were looking at fireflies and really, really. We were looking at and collecting up some plums off the ground. I got a plum tree next to me, and we wound up standing in the middle of the driveway, well, the walkway heading into the house. I looked over. I said, "What is that?" He looked over. He's like, "That ain't no way that's what that is." And we're like, we we watched it for a minute. It wound up being a big black bear. And I said, "Yeah, that's a bear." He's like, "Yeah, that's a bear." It didn't dawn on us to go, but nah, we stood there for a minute. I'm like, that pool's gray. It's a light, like battleship gray, you know. We watching it in there, and I'm like, "Oh, it's a bear." I'm like, "Okay." So I went in the house and I called her because she was coming in with the truck. Let me know when you're about here. I gotta come outside. No, I'm good. I'm like, "No, you don't understand. There's a bear in the yard." So I come outside. She called when she was heading down the road. I come outside with my 870. I had it fully loaded down with buckshot. I walked out there with a light and walked out. She walked with me there. He wound up going off into the woods. I ain't seen him back yet. That's been 4 or 5 years ago, if not longer than that. Hey,
What?
watching the fire, talking to people.
What?
Where's your sister at?
Hello?
Let's see if she's up that way.
Right there.
The boomer's funny.
Boomer. Hey, Boomer. No, it's
You go look at Boomer.
Boomer gone. It's a video.
That log's burning nicely.
It's one.
Getting the fire to light back.
Wow, that's me. Wow.
Any of y'all's kids watch you on YouTube if you guys got kids? Leave right there so you don't get burned, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to lay down, okay? Okay, I'm going to do it like that.
Getting some of that deep down wood that ain't burned up.
Down. Something make it fire. No.
I was hunting deep in the woods and was coming out and went down a deer trail, a well-used deer trail. We seen them cross to go down in, but we're trying to intercept them. But we were leaving. We was gonna intercept them before the end of shooting light. We was gonna stay, but really, no, it's not raining. And we wound up walking down a deer trail, sitting for a while. We heard a couple of them coming. We had a couple of them run out behind us. We knew there was more going to cross. They usually start behind us and go work their way down across every so often. We were sitting there, I kept seeing something. I said, man, that's a pretty big cat. So I said, that's a pretty decent sized panther. I said, man, I was wearing a tan field. He was jet black. Man, he's about 200 yards off, and we were standing at the time. I know he could see us because we could see him, because we were the opposite color of the grass. He started kneeling, spot stalking. We'd kneeled down to about grass height where we could still see him. We seen some deer coming. We was gonna get one of them that was coming across, but we wound up seeing him. He started spot stalking quicker and moving in pretty quick. We didn't lower our heads where he couldn't see us because we wouldn't be able to see him. And we wound up, he came within like 50 yards. He was pretty though, real pretty. Jet black with big yellowish eyes on him. Jugger was almost 8 foot long. He's a big old cat. He got about that 50 yards and dared him. We did not stand, but we stayed crouched, but I kept our head facing him, and we wound up backing out. We got almost to the end to turn and just go to the truck. He stopped after seeing us backing out. God, we wasn't normal prey, so he stopped, and we got almost to the end and went to turn around. About that time, two big old bucks come running out. I don't know, about 8 and 10 pointer, I guess. Big old, pretty decent size. Come shooting up. About the time we got turning, boy, scared the freaking crap out of us. I mean, you're not paying attention. Deer come, I mean, he come running out like less than 5 feet. It was like straight across. He was bucking it. He must have caught a wind as a panther. We were gone. We drove down the road and was heading down in fishing, and me and her, we got all the way down in there. No, we got about halfway when we seen one. We thought we seen another one cross, but we got all the way down in there, and then we got to fishing for a bit, caught a couple nice catfish. Started heading to the truck and heading out, and the one of the ones we don't know if it's the one we thought we seen was closer to it, or that one. He wound up just at the edge of the landing down there. scariest one the scariest one I've been close to. We was fishing down there up at we call it Burial Bridge. It's one of my freshwater videos. You can watch it. I caught a few fish and we was down there fishing for a bullhead, and brown and yellow bullhead. We wound up catching some brim and stuff. We was coming out from a little side creek, coming out, walking up the road. We could hear something crunching on something, and we thought we heard a scream. I'm like, no, I'm not sure on that. We kept hearing it crunching and stuff like that. He was eating on something. How's it going, Caleb? Welcome in, Mississippi. We was heading out. One side was tree line, one we were walking in the ditch. It was dry, but one side was about a 30-foot hill that led up to the top of the bridge. We kept hearing it, and it kept low growling and making some weird noise. So I go up there and check it out. My stepsister was with us. It was me, my stepsister, my stepdad, and my mother. So me and my stepsister walked up, got up about almost halfway where we could see. And that joker turned and seen us. He was eating on a little deer. Somebody just had run him over. He was chasing it, but he just wound up running over because we heard somebody skid and hit. Well, we were hearing it though, but we got about right there, and he looked up at us, and we looked at him. He went, I'm like, he hissed in there, boy. Oh, shoot. I wish I had the keys to the truck at the time. We got done cooking some meat about an hour ago. I grilled some chicken. It started raining. It was trying to get it going without burning it or getting it too charred, but it wound up starting to rain, so I had to grab some of the logs and shove them up underneath there. It started it up pretty good. And it hissed and that, and shoot, I run all the way to the truck. I tried to get in, the door was locked. The stepsister, she fell back down the hill, stood up and took off. We didn't drop our fishing poles. We had the fishing rods, a cooler. I was toting a cooler and some fishing rods. My stepdad was toting the bait. My mom had the keys and a tackle box. My stepsister, she had a couple fishing rods and stuff, and I think another cooler with the drinks in it. I had a cooler with the fish. Shooting, gone. It come shooting past, and it run down. Shoot, I think that's the fastest we ever made it to the truck. Never dropped that deer though. He grabbed it and shot down that hill. Yeah. West the Woods area, it's about gone all the houses. A lot of that's gone to housing and stuff like that. Appreciate it. Tyler, Texas. That's a pretty nice park. We got somebody who usually comes in and stays for a little bit. Over there. Well, around there. Yeah, you should have seen it earlier. That joker was nice. I started about 5 minutes before I started live. What, 30 minutes in, I had it all gone. All but a little bit of wood I threw it on there. I threw some other stuff here and there, but that's just to make sure that big log burns. Yeah, I saw it. It's fiberglass. Hmm. Nah, you can take us out of the country. You can put us in the towns and cities. You can't remove the country. You can get out there and get back to it. It takes you a minute to get back getting used to it. Hmm. It'll take some used to getting back to, but I wouldn't trade how I was brought up when I was little. Always in the woods fishing and hunting and camping. I wouldn't trade it for nothing. Somebody could offer me time travel to go back, give me $1 trillion to trade it. I'll tell them, take the time machine, go back in time to forget that. I prefer it out there. A lot of people do, but they change so much stuff now. Camping, you gotta, yeah, you can still bring a tent, camp, or something like that, but mostly shoot, you gotta have an RV or something there because they gotta have the rock and they put rock and everything down. It's not grass no more. You only allowed to freaking camp in a designated campsites. So I'm like, and half of them out there rob you blind if you're out there. You always got to stay near the camp or have somebody there near camp. Nice. I've seen people converting vans and stuff into living places. Shoot, I'm surprised a lot of people ain't done that with the price of housing. Yeah, they are. They don't know how to handle it. Everything around here is going to RV parks. If you don't have almost a brand new RV park and can't pay there, they don't allow campers or people with tents or anything. They want it where the high class. Oh yeah, 100% on that. Same way here. Oh, we got gators around here. Old school people around here get rid of you. Everybody around here is about from out of town anymore. Some will hunt it, some will fish it, but a lot of them don't even deal with it. Yeah, I know a few people have said they'll do that here. As long as you break the skull and the hip bone, Colin. Stirring up those deep layered coals. Yeah. I hope that log breaks on down. Mm. Mm. Went down there for Skittles. Mm. Yeah. I was hoping I'd get the big lug to finish going. I ran out of wood. All of that's gone. That's gone. I got some of that. Got some of that. All of that's gone. I even went up and got the rest of the little pile there. Gone. Yeah. I just threw the cinder blocks, grill over it, and so light it on fire. Now I stuck some logs down in there. You done hiding in the house? Huh. I do. Shoot, you should have seen it earlier. I tell you what, it was flaming. Shoot, I think that's one thing I can eat and never get tired of. I burned some brush I cut off of a job I done. I had some from the great myrtles I done before there. Mm. I forgot about that little bit of stuff. I've been throwing it away, but it'll burn. Dry out enough, get hot enough, it'll do it. Yeah. I don't get out to get down deep in the country. I like calling the backwoods around here. I I used a lighter on a small piece of cardboard. I used some last teeny bit of lighter fluid I had for the grill. It wasn't even enough to do anything with. Yeah, I piled lens and all of that. I didn't get nowhere near it. I stacked a lot of brush on it to keep it from flying away and stuff. You know, we put one of the most dangerous things in the house during Christmas. If you guys use live Christmas trees, be careful with those things. Keep them where they got plenty of water. Them things spark up quick. Yep, spark up and be gone. Yeah, I got two. I got two of them that I don't throw them away. I'll take and get little clippings off of it barely touch it with a lighter flame. Instantly just lights up. It lights up better than lighter does. You can get fat lighter pure and it'll light up faster than it. I slipped up in a spot I had. I was like, man, this Christmas tree's old and dead. I was in a wide open spot. No, I didn't even get nothing to eat. No. Bring me some more and bring me my medicine. Turducken? Yeah. Sounds pretty good. Mm. Heck yeah. I wish I knew somebody that still raised ostrich and emus around here for cheap. Or had one where I can raise it to eat it. You just see a big old honking, nice good fire going with some big old ostrich leg over it, joking. But for anybody that didn't see the peeps earlier, strawberry Pop-Tart peeps.
Mommy.
What happened to the other pack? No, I left some in there. Dang. They'll burn pretty good. Mm-hmm. All it is God. God is just another wording for a God. Yeah. I got a few more pieces over there. Yeah. Just a second. Heh. That chair's still schnipply. Oh yeah. I had some strawberry peeps a minute ago. People are like, I don't like peeps. Them strawberry ones, they don't add that peach flavor. They actually got a flavor to them. But yeah, I've known a couple people that's done that. Mattresses or something like that. I remove all the fabric and insulation and stuff they got in there. All the metal on do it and then break it down and light it on fire. I've had to do that. I didn't have a trailer to get it all the way out there. And it was part of the week that they wouldn't come and pick it up. Like, no, we're not picking it up at this time at this moment. So we and I just cut it up with a razor knife, popped all the things out of there, rolled all the stuff off. Went in there and pried it up with a little pry bar, unclipped it, set it on fire. It burned real good. A lot of it I used for fire kindling. The little 1x1s and stuff, I just got them about foot strips. It gave me a pretty good, decent amount, good and dry and solid. It burned real nice. The I think I had a few pieces I couldn't fully break down. I cut them up with a chainsaw and just lit them on fire. But if you got a super hot fire, pretty decent size where you know that couch would go, just poke you a couple holes through it, through the insulation where it'll hit it, They want to make black smoke or nothing. Mattress and stuff like this, poke holes, where it won't smolder, it'll let that flame through. Never make it. Strawberry sundaes, heck yeah. Ooh, the fire's still burning this. I follow somebody on Instagram about world ending stuff. He's got some pretty neat stuff on there. Ooh, strawberry shortcake, yes. You guys know those little strawberry cakes that come in like a look like a half bowl made thing with the strawberry fillings in them. I see I can't remember the freaking cups. It's the cups they come in. Anybody see those could taste those things by just seeing them. It's like it kind of tastes like a Twinkie without the filling in it that you put the strawberry in. Mm. And that fire's burning nicely. Nice. Beat us. Yeah. My son will get in here doing that. The guy from the diabetes commercial. He's like, wow, that tea make you get diabetes. My stepdad used to make tea. He started off with a half a cup of sugar. It was a whole cup. Stayed that away for a long time. Decent, not too much, you know. Then it got to be a cup and a half. Okay, it was too much. And he's like, man, I still can't taste the sugar. Then it got to be two full cups. It got to going and shit, it was like syrup. Nobody drank it anymore. Like, nobody's drinking my tea anymore. You're putting two cups in it. Drop it back down to one. No, did he wind up going somewhere? And he wound up going somewhere and drinking something. They come back and tried his tea, and he's like, oh my god, that's too sweet. He dropped it back down to a cup. You guys know what a licking branch is? pee fire. Oh yeah, I love staring at fires. Gets me all wired up when I'm. Oh yeah, I like watching the fire. I got a few more boards I can put on there, but yeah. Oh yeah, there she goes. Pretty good. They are. Mm. Public schools just make you tougher. Yeah. Yeah. Y'all remember back in the 90s where you can roll up to your school and hunting clothes, keep your gun in the back of the truck, get out of the high school, and go hunting, come back and do it all over again? Yeah, I hear you on that. Well, those are good old days. Roll up there, shoot, couldn't tote a knife, but you can, there. Times has changed. He went back to like the 90s. These kids nowadays will freak out. But hey, we wouldn't starve though. I still got mine. I just ain't got it in the truck. I still got mine. Which the ones that the truck I got now, it'll hold them, but it won't hold the guns I got right. That'll that goes in there. They got gun racks where they're fabric now. They attach to the back of the seat. You can slip the guns in there and have it. They're like fold out to where like they can just not really get beat around and shook around like hardly or anything. It kind of protects them a little better. Those are pretty nice. I used to ride around my crew cab Ford F-150. I'll ride through the woods. I always set my shotgun in my son's car seat when he wasn't in it. I set it and it held it just perfect. I was driving out one night and got cut off by two people and somebody else behind me. I was driving out and I kept it loaded because the way they were sitting, I figured I was going to get boxed in. So I was driving out and I kept my knee on, my foot on the gas pedal, but up on the knee, off on the wheel. And I kept my right arm over the back of the seat. I kept my arm like that, right in front of the car seat. And I kept my arm sitting in the window like nothing was wrong. I was using my knee to turn and stuff with. And the two that were in front of me wound up doing like a V shape. And they pulled it apart. After putting it in there, they went to step out. I hit the brake. When I hit the brake, just a little bit, the shotgun come sliding up. When it did, I flipped it around. I wound up ripping a hole in my, a small hole in the roof from the bead from the gun. I reached over my left hand and racked it, and I had to keep one in the chamber because you're not supposed to. Well, I wound up locking my foot and hitting the gas and locking my knee up underneath the steering wheel to keep it straight. I leaned over halfway out in the window. I fired one round over one guy, I'd say about 14 foot above him. And I spun it over, racked it again, and fired up off the other side. The guy behind me, he was fixing to stop. One veered off one way through the woods, one veered off. The guy behind me, he just veered off through the woods. I didn't even take my foot off the gas. I was riding about 30. I was going to plow through them or there. They got out of the way quick. They wound up catching all three of them. Somebody's coming in. They coming by me. I said, man, don't go down in there, man. They're trying to trap people. And the guy flipped me U-turn. Well, he called it, well, I'll call the law. No, I don't call the law. Just be careful. He wound up calling and they wound up catching a couple people. Because I told them the vehicles that they were in. I wound up telling the vehicles that they were in. So they would know which ones are doing it. They were robbing people is what they were trying to do. Or they try to rob your own wrong country boy because they found out real quick. Oh shoot. We got followed home a couple times. Followed off from there. We got followed home one time all the way from down there. We pulled down the yard hot. When I say pulled down, I mean turned down our driveway 20 miles an hour, hit the brake, throw it apart, jumped out with shotguns. Everybody in the truck had one. It was me, my 4 brothers, stepdad, my mother, my stepsister, his sister. We stepped out, guns blazing. That dude looked out, he was like, oh my God. Oh, and he drove off. I don't think he's ever been back to the woods. So he stayed there and that, and he figured it was, because he figured, oh, it's just a small town family, you know, I can rob them. They got probably a load of money. Yeah, I jumped out with all those guns blazing. He was gone. We didn't fire, but we all had him on his truck before he can get going. You telling me? I know. I tell you what. I tell you that there's two states I will not ever bring. I would not ever try to rob nobody in. And one is Florida, because it's open carry now. A lot of us don't even. It's open carry or concealed. You don't have to have a permit, as long as you don't have a felony. You're good. In Texas, these old people around here look helpless. Grandma was redoing her license before they got rid of it. She had a 357 7-inch barrel. I'll show it to you. You want? I was hoping she'd pull it out. Let me see it. The pistol. Oh, I'll show you. He's like, no, 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 no. So, are you sure? I'm like, dang it. Well, I can go out there and get my 45. I'm like, huh, dang lady. This lady like 80 years old. Well, I figured I'll just keep these two registered for now. I got a couple bigger ones than that. I'm like, geez. I try to talk to the lady, catch a conversation. Well, this ain't even the biggest one I even took. That guy was like, no, no, no. Just keep it in there. I'm like, dang it, I wanted to see it. I want to get me a big 500 Smith & Wesson. Big 450 or something. Yeah, I've watched two old people practice also. They always ask them, why do you bring your AR and your some type of shotgun? It was semi-auto, but he had it. Why you took so much ammo and stuff? A couple people broke in to the church and went to go in and they were breaking in. It's trying to rob the get people to hand over the money. They looked at each other and said, well, about the time they started drawing, the people started noticing they were moving. They done took all four of them out. I was like, they're like, well, we appreciate you for toting your guns. We were wondering, because it was kind of wrong to bring a gun into church, but he's like, you never know when you need it, and you never know when you're not need prepared. Well, they praised them for having them that day. I think one part they wound up shooting somebody. See, they wasn't going to do nothing as long as they didn't hurt nobody. I think they went to hurt somebody or shot at somebody or shot somebody or something. That's when they wound up or were going to or something. It's been a little while back. But yeah. I mean, people here pack. You wouldn't even know who has one or not. Half of them don't know, you know. Like, I was standing behind a lady in line. Hold up, sweetheart. I gotta dig down in here, reached over and pulled a stub nose 38 to the side. Oh, here it is. I was like, that's a nice stub nose. She's like, oh my God, you ain't gonna freak out, are you? I'm like, no, ma'am, I said, no. I said, that's a nice stub nose. She got hollow points in there. She goes, damn right. This pistol packing grandma right here is itching to blow a hole in somebody. I'm hoping. She's like, I'm hoping somebody goes and pesters me. I'm like, dang, she goes, I ain't got to shoot nobody in a while. My mama had a cousin like that. She was a truck driver and stuff. Oh, one guy kept breaking in. She told him, man, don't keep breaking in my house. Die, you ain't gonna catch me. Got you on camera. She lived up there in North Carolina. Well, you ain't gonna catch me. The law ain't gonna do nothing. Well, I got proof. Nah, it's alright. You'll be home one day and I'll kill you. She let somebody take off or drive off with her car. Drive off, and she sat in the house and sat around the corner at the table where he couldn't see her. He broke in through the back door like he always did, went in to rob her. She goes, I told you don't rob me no more. I told you you're not going to rob me no more. When she did, she held up her 357 with a hollow point in it. Boom, boom, laid him over in the kitchen. Called 911. Said the law showed up, asked her what happened, showed him the old footage and stuff. Tried to warn him, and he broke in when I was home. Somebody had borrowed a car. She walked out there to a couple of college kids lived across the adjacent yard from her. Always mess with her. Grandma, you're always out there shooting that 357 of yours. And she was shooting chipmunks and stuff or something. She's doing something. She's like, she told him, you whippersnappers, you come over here and think you're messing with me. I'll show you like I just showed this man right here. The cops told him, hey kids, you need to leave that lady alone. She ain't packing no little pistol here. They never did come over and bother her. Oh yeah, right now that's when they come with the body out the door in the bag. What is that? The body that she's blew hole in. Nah, they wind up showing the people next door. They wind up cracking it open, see? She said she's been in several places like bad stuff. She's almost been robbed several times in her truck. She always told her stub-nosed 357 word and stuff, but yeah. Kids don't play around either. You scare them bad enough, they'll take you out. You don't think they can, but you scare somebody bad enough, you never know. We've had two of them, 2 or 3 teens down here kill a girl, a 14 or 16-year-old. Beat her, stomped her, and shot her twice, and lit her on fire in a ditch and walked away. They wound up catching all 3 of them. They got, well, I'm underage, I'll go to juvie, and it won't be such a bad thing. He goes, no. He goes, you deliberately did this, you done this and that and this and there, left and come back and done more. He goes, no, you get life. He goes, you're being tried as a man. You're getting tried as a full-grown adult. Yeah. You can tow them around here. You can keep them in your vehicle as long as nobody can see them. I know a couple people wanted me to visit Alaska. I'm like, I'll visit Alaska, don't get me a 50 BMG first. I'll tote that bad boy around all over the place. hell? Huh? Yeah, it's sprinkling, so I'm keeping the fire in tight. Keeps it burning hotter. Good survival thing too. Keep a small, tight fire. Keep your logs good and close together. Don't let a lot of those coals get hit. It'll take a pretty good licking from a ring, as long as you keep most of the wood dry and keep it on there. If you ever hunt with people, learn to track them in the woods. Learn to know how they walk and go through the woods to keep an eye on them. In case something happens and you got to get back to them, you can tell which way they went. That's a skill everybody needs to learn. How to track somebody. I've had to do that. Stepdad taught me when I was around 7 how to find him in the woods no matter what. And something wound up happening. He was a little over 3 miles back in the woods, and the guy come up and the guy we were with, he's like, "Do you know how to find him?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Really?" I'm like, "Yeah, really. I'll show you." And I followed the signs all the way through. He figured I'd go all this way and that way, and he always showed me an easy way to get through. Is if I walk the one part of there's a where he always hunted at, where if I had to track him, there's one part of the side of the lake I'd take first and cut across and go in. See, I could have went down beside it and then there, but he always showed me this is the fastest way to get to him. And it's as long as I didn't go up the bank, I can always reach him so far. Then I had to cross over around behind the lake and cross over and head straight. He didn't go that way, but I knew that way to so far. Once I crossed over so far, that part never changed, so I just let him went on back. And I wound up finding him, and the guy's like, "I think you're lost." I lost. I ain't seeing nothing. I'm like, "I can't tell you how to find him, but I can take you there." He wound up being right. He wound up being right around the corner from before he said that. He's like, "Well, I think you lost him." I'm like, "I'm not lost. He's right there." We walked out and walked out to some brush, and there he was. He's like, "Dang, son, I didn't know you figured you remember how to track me." I could track anyone in my family. Certain signs, certain ways they do it in theirs. He said, "Dang, you still remember how to track me, huh?" "Yeah." "Got a problem?" He's like, "Alright." Gone. We were out of the woods quicker than we went in. No, we don't use GPS. We know the woods and we know the woods around here enough there. Long as you, because where we had to hunt, you couldn't uh, get too far away from the water. Because after so far off, after so far away from the water, went into hunting club. And no matter how far you traveled down, it was always like that. It always kept the water in view. And usually, unless you know if you walk upstream, follow it back downstream, just keep an eye on the river and there. But where he went, I could hear the river, but I couldn't see it. But the way he went through the woods, I was able to find him. So he's like, I thought we were lost. I said, no. He's like, if you ever get lost, just hope you're with him. He's like, what? He goes, he'll think of some shit you don't ever even think of. I used to tote spoons and forks, salt, pepper, certain items that people wouldn't generally think to keep in their tackle box or hunting with them. Something wound up happening, and I wound up having everything we needed that day. Something to eat with and that. You know, wish I had some salt and pepper. We were camping and stuff. They forgot. They didn't. They had it, but they wound up leaving one of the bags behind. And we wound up. I wound up having it in there. Tell you an easy way to save on tackle is get some trees and look around in them. Hooks, people hooking into trees and stuff. Yeah. Or get you some of those shiny thumbtacks. Put you a group of them that you'll recognize. Go through. We break trees certain ways, little limbs, stuff like that. Different ways for different times, and it'll leave you a clear path. We like go a new part we've not been to or ain't been to in a while or something like that. We go through and certain limbs we break, fold over. We'll break them and fold them the way we went in, so when we're coming out, the brush will be laying there, and you look and you can tell the snap part is generally the way out. Sometimes we did it the opposite because people were figuring out the trails. No, she'll be back for just a second. Me and my nephew was hunting a few years ago. We heard a four-wheeler. We heard a dirt bike. Kept hearing it. Now they're forbidden. You could ride down the road on them or be on the landing with them. But you couldn't drive through the woods. They're highly forbidden. We wound up running into them, riding through the woods trying to scare up deer, just shooting. Well, me and my nephew hid behind a log, and we were ducked down, hid behind it log because they were fixing to start blasting away and stuff. My nephew goes, "We're gonna get shot." I said, "No." So I leaned up over the log. So what are you doing? I was like, they start shooting our way, I'm gonna shoot back. I didn't point the gun fully at them, but I had it where I could set it up. I took it off safety. I didn't have it at them. They were raising up. And I told him, I said, man, they're fixing to start shooting our way. Get down. And I ducked down. And somebody wound up saying something, and I yelled for them. I yelled at them. I'm over here. About that time, they freaked out and drove off. They wound up riding almost back to him, and they started riding back to him, and I wound up reporting them because they made it almost back to him, a mile and a half back in the woods. I reported they wound up getting them. They've been looking for them. We didn't know it. They found them with two fully loaded down clips from an AR-15 blasting, trying to blast away at anything that moved. They impounded their vehicles. They got a pretty good file out of it. Nice. What did you? Oh. I usually go on the weekends. Sometimes it's mostly Saturday, but sometimes it's Sunday. All right, you too, Caleb. Tell him we said hi. Ain't gonna be too much longer before I'm gonna have to. Nice. I had to go help them with their design. As long as it rains good, the grass will grow. If the grass goes, we can do more fun stuff. Yeah. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with experience a little J-Lo. Okay, I ain't gonna get it. Check over the right. I checked over the right, but didn't check over the left. No, I'm just kidding. How's it going, Papa Haynes? Happy Easter to you. Hope your grandkids had a wonderful Easter. And how they're toking up the fire with Jackie. Hey, I burned a lot today. Got a lot of stuff burned. Mm, mm, mm. All right, Caleb, you have a good day. Fire. Oh, that's it. Got a little bit. Dang, it's 7:03. You get a lot of work done when you can incinerate it with a fire. Shoot, I could have burned those other limbs up there. If I trimmed everything up that I needed to trim and let it dry out, probably 2 hours I can probably have it gone. I just cleared out a 5x10 trailer, another portion of the 5x10 trailer, and I had some in the back of the truck. Yeah, you heard me. Country boy just filled the trailer up. I said, well, got some room in the truck. Oh, right through the back of the window. uh, People that I was cutting the branches for were like, huh? Have a good day. Okay. I've done that a couple times. I mowed for a lady and bagged a bunch of leaves. And I filled up a bunch of 4 trash cans full of leaves. I cleared up 4 trash cans full of leaves. I could fit 3 on the trailer. I had to stick 1 in the back of the truck. Lady's like, you can come back. Nah, I'm good. Once I'm done, I'm done. I'm ready to go. I'll stuff it where I need to. It fit, didn't dump none over. If it did, not like I couldn't vacuum it out. Mm, 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 I ain't got no short pieces of wood. No, I don't have any short pieces of wood. I'll burn all the short stuff. Got some extra long stuff over there. But watch the fire for about another 15 minutes and call it done, I guess. Hmm. Yeah. What are you doing, Boomer? What are you doing, Boomer? Yeah, I just sold stuff I had to get the carpenter ants away. Well, I'm gonna go over there and check. I can see if I've got another piece or two to burn up before 15 minutes. So watch out. Oh, okay, I thought it was on the step. Watch out, man. Really? Heck yeah. Mine's been good. I wish fishing would have turned out better, but go. Sure does. Have to try me some of that. Graham crackers, strawberry jello, toasted marshmallow with some chocolate with a graham cracker. Now that sounds delicious too. Ooh, a little caramel drizzled in between. Ooh, I have to try me some of that. Yeah, that's the last piece I got. Besides, it's not the last piece, but trying to get that. It's got a little bit more left of that log, but about good enough. The fish can wait. This is fun. Yeah, I tried fishing earlier, but the rod I was throwing, it was letting them hit, but it wasn't getting out far enough. The big one I could get out far enough with, I couldn't feel nothing on. People get what's coming up and stuff, and I was like, nah. So I just moved. hmm I was fishing my stepdad over there at the place we call the dam. It's right in front of the power plant and the university and stuff over there. It's all on one big giant campus type thing. Well, it's divided, but it's one big area. We was fishing there. We was catching some small channel cat, some nice brim and bluegill. We were hunting some nice blue cat. We wound up catching several real big, nice flathead too. We sat there at the base of the dam. It divided it and stuff. It was about 40 foot deep, but we found a spot we always set in. It was only like 25. We set in it and fished off to the deep part. We didn't throw out some. We did when throwing the bobbers for the brim and stuff, but we dropped straight. We threw out just enough to hit the deep spot for the big catfish. We bought in four about 15-pound blue cat and like 4 or 5 about 15-pound flathead. It was like we threw a bunch of them back. The brim and stuff we were keeping hand size, some slightly smaller than that. But we fished there. We sit there sometimes, be fishing and reeling them in and stuff. Be gators all the way around. We see generally in that spot about 15, 20 gators within 3-4 hours of fishing. We go there, we'd fish, we'd only fish so long because there was no shade unless you were right up against the bank. And right up against the bank is where all the gators stayed. To get out of there because there was enough shade but enough sun at the same time. And there was nothing, it was all deep water, so they couldn't stay up top. So they stayed up on the edges and stuff. The logs were leaning over the water and stuff. I watched one hog come out. He was getting some water. He didn't see the big. This gator had to be 11 foot. That joker launched out of that water. He grabbed the hog. He got a hold of him, drug him in, drug him down, and I guess he wanted to get a better grip. And the hog come up and got back up on land. That joker coming out of that water, just screaming after that pig. He wound up getting him and coming back in the water. He didn't let him go that time. Well, he almost got away, but that was pretty cool to watch. Yes, I literally just straight out, just like, it looks fake the way they do it, but I know you guys seen Kaisers. I don't know. I know some of y'all have. The spot where I showed you where that dead gator was and all the catfish. Me and her was fishing there, and we was fishing there. We wanted starting to fish up on the end of the ramp, just throwing out. We kept hearing a gator after something. While we were off the side, we come out and was watching for him, and I wound up seeing him, big 11-footer. I was watching him. What he was doing is he was off waiting. He'd submerge beneath the water, then he'll launch out. What he was doing, there was bass over there. They were busting on top water, but when he would see him doing that, he would launch out and eat them. He got him about 4 or 5 that day. We was sitting at the end of the ramp. We was fishing. He was bothering us. He was getting something to eat. I watched him eat about a 3-pound, a 4-pound, a 5-pound, and a couple 2-pound bass. About maybe crab. Watching him launch just literally. He was hitting them so hard they would go out and out of the bank and start flopping and he would eat them. He got him about 4 or 5 of them. And we heard somebody scream up on the bank. When I guess he heard it and he turned and started turning, and I was like, well, here comes the big boy. I already had my pistol on me. I wasn't worried about it. And I was washing shoes. I gotta wash my shoes off. I got clay all over them, and I don't want to get it in the truck. So I leaned down. I wound up having some mud on my hand, washed my hands, washed my shoes off, and she was washing her shoes off, rinsed her hands off, and rinsed, put the shoes back on. He's like, it started creeping out from the brush across the place over there. It's coming out. Somebody screamed again, and he started coming across the water. I told her, I said, we're just going to move back. No, we let him get about halfway to us, and he started disappearing. And we went to do something, and I find it turning and slipping on some mud and getting halfway up my shoe, and I didn't want to get in the truck. And I wound up washing it off. And we turned around and walked up the bank, see what was going on. It was 3 women screaming, 2 women and a guy screaming. They were seeing us down by the water. They couldn't tell we were on land. They thought we were stranded. They were freaking out. To somebody on their phone. We wound up getting to the top of the ramp, and the gator comes sliding up on the end of the boat ramp where we were at. They started screaming, "They almost got eaten! They almost got eaten!" We just walked over and got in the truck and drove off. I That's something hardly any of us get to do is relax enough and enjoy stuff. The world gets you going by too fast. Lots of passing people by too much, you know. Shoot, I could even say it about myself. It flies, you know. As long as I can get comfortable, it takes me a minute to get comfortable with a camera. I know I've been doing it almost 2 years, but still got to get used to this thing. But man, them people's got to learn not to scream like that. We was up there shark teething several times. We was sitting there swimming. I was swimming about 4 foot deep water. There's a 6 foot alligator laying over there. This thing looked like a. He wasn't bigger than a saucer. Head barely big enough to fit your hand in his mouth. We was down there swimming, shark teething. Uh, we used colanders and strained the sand for teeth. We found arrowheads, tools, teeth, shark teeth, all kinds of stuff, metal objects. We dive and pan around, mainly swim and all of that to cool off. Get out of the yellow flies and the mosquitoes and horse flies that were around. We was down there. We was swimming. We knew he was there. And this group of people come down, hooping and hollering, screaming and this and that. Well, the log was across the water. The water was only like 15 feet. Deepest spot I was in, it was 4 foot. They stayed shallow unless you walk like 400 yards upstream, which deepens up to like 6 to 8 foot. Way downstream, about 500-600 yards, it deepens off to about 10 foot. Just crystal clear water. Kids got out there messing around. Gator never moved. Knocked there. I got tired of listening to them screaming. I jumped up. Oh, I whispered to her and her dad. I said, we're gonna pretend to freak out about this alligator like we didn't see it. Like, okay. So we was sitting there. And so I got up, ate the water. I swam up. and I had found up beneath the water a weird looking piece of wood, and I flung out of the water a little bit, screamed, "Oh my God, it's got me! Oh my God, another gator! It's got me!" But yeah, I started freaking out and doing all kinds of weird stuff and flopping in the water like you've been gotten, you know. And this poor people, I swear to God, they looked up and said, "Oh my God, there's another one. It's gonna come in the water." Their kids was pretty close to it. They freaked out that they drove off. I got to laughing so bad. Her dad, he run out of the water like, oh my gosh, he fake run out of the water. The other person was already on land. They jumped up and stuff. They knew what was going on. Man, I threw that stick down in the water. He goes, it almost got me a little bit. If you wouldn't have told me what you was gonna do, he goes, boy, I wasn't planning on you getting that piece of wood out of the water. But yeah, he done that. Her dad, he was. I was in the John boat. He was in his canoe, and we went up river, up off that river, way up river. We went 50 miles up. We was going down. We paddled around. We wound up finding some really nice big shark teeth, some really nice big ones. Find a couple arrowheads, and finding some cool looking rock and some old coral and stuff. We heading down. We going out. We stopped at a big old grain mill that used to be down there that used to use. We've run into a nice waterfall. We got pictures of a lot of this. I just got to get a lot of it developed and get it up and stuff. So we was heading out, and it dropped off. The water dropped off to upper waterfall, and he's like, "Well, I'll lower the John boat's down. Would you help me?" I'm like, "Yeah." So we lowered the John boat where it wasn't all paid the water or loose nothing out of it, tied off, and had to put his canoe down and stuff. And we climbed down the rocks and got in safely. We was going through, and we went through. It had rapids and stuff, and we wound up running into some rapids. And we got through because the John boat was looked up wide enough when we weren't down. A little bit in enhancements, but not much. But we got there. He got through. We got through over him, and he's like, I'm, "We're going to get hung." Well, it's caught the front of the canoe with a person was slightly heavier than he was, and it started hanging. So he jumped out the boat. And when he did, he hit a tire. It freaked him out. We done spun around and hang on to a big tree limb to see if they made it out okay. Because we didn't want to get too far ahead. In case hey, they got to lose the canoe. We can all ride in the John boat. So we held on, and we finally get done going good. We got up. He got out of it. He got out of it and got in the water. When he did, he hit a tire, and that tire wrapped around his leg. He freaked out. He reached down and grabbed his tire and said, "Oh my God, gator!" He didn't know what it was at the time. When he snatched it out of the water, gator, gator. So he was trying to get it out of the water so he could try to fling it. And when he did, he noticed it was just a tire. The lady that was in the thing liked to roll the canoe. He stopped her from rolling it, dropped it, got it. He wound up going up front and getting it up and getting it out. And he wound up getting back in. He wound up going up to us and stopping. When he did, we spun around and we got going ahead because his canoe was catching up. We didn't want to run into each other because it narrowed off a little bit. And he was sitting there holding on. He's like, "I'll let him get about 10 feet ahead of us. A little farther, a little farther." We're slowly going, so we didn't want to get too far ahead because in case something happens. Because we had more rapids and stuff like that. Well, he looked over, y'all. We're in about 10 foot of water now. He looked over, and his hand was near an oak spider. This oak spider was literally about 4 inches big around, legs and all. His hand was less than like literally like 6 inches away. He freaked out. So he done a scuba dive, moved backwards, held his nose, flung off in there. The canoe took off. He swam down and got back in. He climbed back in. It scared the dog out of him. He checked his arm and everything in there, and he looked back and it was still on the tree, so he was good with it. But I tell you, he's like, man, I never flipped out. He goes, I know how to properly jump out and stuff, but he goes, man, I never thought I had to do that. He goes, man, I'm terrified of spiders. I was like, I know. But we paddled down and we got down to a shallow spot and we got out, swam around for a minute and looked for a few more shark teeth. We found a couple big ones there. I wound up finding a piece of like a skidding tool. I've showed it on live before, but we got down and we got up to, we was about to the area. We got out and was going back up where we were usually shark teething at. We got there, we tied off the boats and everything. We stayed down there for another 2 hours. We there. Mm. He's traveled to Nicaragua and El Salvador and stuff. Him and her cousin, somebody, and a couple other people went down south and helped them down there. I know I've helped him build a cabin down in there. He wanted getting rid of it. I was hoping he didn't, but he wanted getting rid of it. I helped him build the creek system up. He had a creek lead from an underwater creek lead over to a water part of the creek, and I helped him dig it out. We dug it about 8 foot deep and about 10 foot on one spot and built a big dam and stuff. Dammed it up, not where it'll overflow. If it overflowed, we built it where it'll be high enough and wide enough where it wouldn't wash out. We wound up staying in it a couple times. We was down in there the first time we was there. He said, yeah, I got the door on it. He didn't get the door on it yet. We got down in there. He was riding his mower. We walked. Yeah, we brought guns. And he was sitting up there. I bought the 22 and he bought his pistol. Like I think it was 9mm or something like that. We was sitting out there, was cooking food over the fire, hot dogs, something else, s'mores and stuff. A big old pack of coyotes. We've seen about 15, 20 at sometimes. They started going off all the way around. And I went back to get the gun, bring it closer. They started going off real bad. We couldn't, they were already pretty much surrounded the camp. The fire was going, they wasn't coming in. We wound up having to, we were supposed to take shifts. We were hung out about 1 o'clock in the morning. He's like, well, you guys go in there and get you some sleep. And if I gotta wake you up, get some sleep, we'll be good. So we wound up putting up the door, but not locking it, tacking it in. We just stuck it in front of there. Wound up going to sleep for a while. He wound up sitting beside the fire till about 5 o'clock. He wound up walking up on the porch. He meant to wake us up, but he wound up falling asleep. We slept till like 10 o'clock because you couldn't, where the cabin was built, you couldn't tell if it was daylight or dark unless you actually looked. So it didn't bother the cabin. It was dark. We stayed in there. We got up and started moving around and was going to work on the cabin. We went in there to get, we wanted to get some more food to eat. We wound up seeing part of the pack that was out. Wound up seeing the part of the pack that was out and all where they were at. I think there was about 15 of them in the group. We wound up seeing half of them. And they already had a problem with them where if you seen them, you know you can legally take out as many as you could. We didn't wind up shooting any of them. They were too far. We could hit them, but to bury them and stuff, or to prove we got them, or where they wouldn't run off there. Yeah, usually the second one tastes the best. We wound up leaving before dark, just went back up. We wound up leaving the next day or the day after that. We didn't get to make it back up for a little while. He wound up finishing up the water and stuff like that. He was a fire chief up there for a small part of Alabama. He helped cover like 3 counties around him because there was only like a fire truck and a brush truck, and they only had a fire truck and a brush truck. The other spot only had a fire truck and a brush truck. If any one of the calls there, they usually all met up to make sure they got it out. It was usually volunteer for everything. He wound up getting his paramedic's license and stuff like that. He wanted me to come up here and help him do the firefighting stuff. I helped him on one fire. We went from his place to 20 miles down the road quickly, very quickly. I was just coming out hunting. A lady drove down the far as she could. She jumped out and I was looked up right above her. She's like, "We need your help. We need your help to put out the fire." Okay. One fire department wasn't their jurisdiction. It wasn't the other fire department's jurisdiction. It was just enough in his where he had to be the one to handle it. They were just back up. He wound up saving everything. I tell you what, 3 full firefighter suits, boots, and 3 tanks and their masks and stuff in one bag is heavy as shit. I tell y'all, I was 180 pounds at the time. I'm a stocky boy. I tote the weight. I grabbed that daggum bag out of there, throw it on my shoulder. I took off running. Shoot, I had to pause for a second to pick it back up, catch my breath, to keep going. I had no other choice. He said, "Come on, I need it." I'm like, I know. Got up there, he's like, "Oh crap, I got all 3 suits in there. We were supposed to break them down. But they were supposed to break them down for each individual person. And they wound up only having enough for the 3 that he had in there. So he's like, "I need you to listen very carefully." So they started loading up the suit. He's like, "See this knob, that knob, this lever, and this thing? Yeah." He goes, "Everything's set. Just twist this a little bit, turn that one, push this up, and do like that." You got yeah, he went in there, wound up, he wound up running in, and I wound up fixing the hose, turning it on and stuff, and we goes up, we wound up going in and getting it taken care of. It saved the lady's house. It only burnt a small part of the room. I think she only had to have three things. You want it going in, it only had to replace three things of sheetrock, patch a few holes where they had to poke in the roof to make sure the fire wasn't spreading. So he tried to get me to do it, to take the course and stuff, and because there wasn't very many people around, and he only could do so much. He just needed an extra person. I almost moved up there and done it. Uh, he was doing, while he was volunteering work, I was gonna do it. We had a spot and everything to move in. Everything was fully furnished and all of that. The place for work was already there. The only thing I had to do was move lumber around. We wound up moving some lumber and stuff around, and I didn't mind doing it. My mom's like, no, you don't need to move, and she's like, oh no, we know Florida better than Alabama. If something happens, the hospital's already 40 miles away. We wind up not moving. What's going on, Alan? How's it going, Skeeter? Happy Easter to you. I had to. I couldn't stand it. Yeah, it did look good. Some of it got a little burnt, but I had to kick up the fire, so I was like, that's nice. Wooden pot fire. What are you doing, Boomer? Once you start shit, I'll toss you in the fire. That's what I thought. You go turn them lights out. Good fire brings out the country folks, especially when it's good. Imagine that daggone fire when it was cooking earlier. Nice one golden fire. Nice. Go turn that light out. Oh, dang it. I gotta go turn the lights off in the truck. Just a second. You go in the house, help put Boomer out. It's calming. It is. You got to get warm. Oh, they want it turn. I turn them off. They'll turn them on. They don't care if they're left on or not.
It's not in the house. You hopped in the house. It's still there.
They'll go in there and out of these mosquitoes. Fuck, I know. That log's finally about burned up though. Watch out. You're not in trouble. Get the grilling on. I think she's got them keeping warm. Put some barbecue sauce on. I don't know what else you made with them. Probably some broccoli or something. Mm-hmm. Better watch out, that fire's hot. Good burning fire. Never hurts. Appreciate it, Ellen. Thank you. I, I, I try to keep some in case I did it, but I didn't wind up getting them. I brought some home just to eat me a few and store some. Gone. Oh, that's the perfect fire to do it over too. Just good hot coal over there. Mm. Appreciate it. I could nap out by here by that fire. I've done that. I've been up there catfishing last time I went. Um, We took the little bass raider boat and hung a bunch of trout lines around. We caught a few, and we cowboy camp built the fire. We wasn't supposed to sleep, but we brought out the chairs to relax. The catfish quit biting for a while. Let's serious inside. Put him inside. I don't know who Alan T.Y. is. Me? I'm not Alan. Uh, hmm. Huh? It's going good. I, I'm gonna get some gas hose and stuff. I don't want to take nothing off because I got to take it all off at once. And being so busy right now, I don't want to be in the middle of it. Can't get it done in enough time. I'm gonna pop the carbs off, replace the hosing and stuff like that. I just want to make sure I got enough time. But I wound up the boat, wound up getting it about fired up, but the guy had a problem with it. It would start, you know, it run. The video showed it running, but it would stop a little there. But what he didn't, what he didn't fully know is understand he's had a bunch of parts replaced and what they looked into, and it wound up being the solenoid, the starter, and one of the battery cables, the end that you connect to the battery wound up being halfway in there, and it wound up just falling out. And I removed more of the rubber around the copper, and she wound up bending it open from being crimped because it was only partially crimped, and it wasn't all the way down in there to make a good connection. So she was able to unbend it, and I wound up finished removing the casing of it, and I wound up getting it all the way down on there. And she held the cable wide, and I made sure it was down in there. And what I did, I got to crimp it. I crimped it good. Now it's on there. And I was like, well, if this don't work, I don't know what to do next. There's spark plugs for like $20-something a piece. They're weird ones for it, and I got to find the guy that's the only one that carries them around here, unless they're special ordered. He's usually the only one that carries them, and I don't even know if he's even open anymore because I've only been there like 3 times. And we wound up, I was like, well, I'm gonna hook the water to it. And I showed her. She knows how to crank it, but that one's slightly different than the other boat I had. You had to push the handle, rotate it, and all of that, hold it in the air, then push it in and start it over. And I told her how to do it. She knew how, but I was just making sure. She wanted to make sure we were doing it right. So we wound up there, and it wound up trying to start. So I don't know what to do. I was like, turn the key. What? I was like, you shouldn't have to press in now. She bumped the key, and boom, it busted off. And and it run for a while. I let it run for a while, and I got some of it on video. And reason what the carbs, it has a small air leak in one of the bowls. It lets the gas seep out. It's kind of making it overfill. You don't know when to stop because it's leaking out a little bit. I got to replace that bottom thing down there. I just got to get them out because you got to take them all out at once and flip it. I need to get the hoses on it. It's only like a foot long hose. There's only like 4 inches each of hoses down through there. Just replace. And I need to get one little C clamp, little thing where the side thing goes over. Somebody wound up taking one off. I don't know how they got it off because it's not supposed to. But they wound up getting one off, and as it works all three carbs, one of them tries to pop off. And I gotta find that and two bolts to it. I gotta get 2 new tires. I got 2, but they're wound up being smaller than they were supposed to be. Boomer. They wound up being. Yeah. Yeah, they are. Really expensive. Just about everything's expensive anymore. Boomer. Go on. There's, come here. Go play. Go on. Just a second, y'all. Yeah, they are expensive. And the 2 tires, I gotta make sure they're not gonna hit the fenders. For some reason, the it's like it's wearing down the tires pretty good. And I want to make sure, I want to look it over a little bit more careful to make sure nothing's not doing there, because a breakdown on a boat that big, a lot of people ain't going to be able to tow in. It'd be pretty expensive to get towed off the water. Trying to pedal it's going to be pretty good. I want to make sure the trailer's good. I got to find a throwable device. Got to replace the white light. I got to add the bow light. And, find the area for the battery to fit right. That's about it. Work kicking back in. Everything's got to get situated. Oh yeah, it's calming. It's got me calm. I let it set it on too. They're not technically supposed to burn after night times. I'm not keeping it real big, so the spot I'm burning in, it's got a hill beside it, and it's not too visible. What are you doing? They didn't go too far. It's not too bad. I just want to make sure everything's good on it for, because I'm going to take the kids and stuff out on it. Make sure the tires aren't going to blow when I'm trying to tow it or nothing. When I put them on there, I'm going to be driving down the road and the boat gets to bounce and blow the tire, and I'm sitting down beside the road trying to tow it on. I can be done. Yeah, I can. You're welcome, Patrick. She's like, I'm hungry. Well, appreciate y'all for hanging out at an awesome fire live and grilling slash survival slash chilling live, chatting with everybody. I'll save up some more stuff to burn. Sure, I'll come across some plenty more stuff. Appreciate everybody. I gotta get this fire out. I'll just probably throw that copper thing over it. But I appreciate y'all for hanging out. Alan, thank you for the gifted memberships. Karen, Patrick, Lee, Murphy, Caleb. Appreciate all y'all. Skater. Good seeing you. Y'all guys have a happy Easter. Good night.